Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Diggy? What's up, Derek? Good morning, everybody. So today is today is the day we merged this new action system to main. I've got one minor thing or bug or issue I want to solve before we do. But if I remember correctly, let me just see. I think we properly implemented jump yesterday. So let's take a look. Among other things, we did a few other stuff as well. I didn't commit jump just yet though. Okay. But what I want to begin with is we have a little bit of a mismatch in pickup. So when we pick something up and drop it, we still focus it as if we had it picked up. I'm talking about this. So this one is still have this option until we focus on something else, I guess. And I don't know if we had it like this previously or if this is new. But unfortunately it's like this pretty much. Let's see. So we focus on ground. Oh, if we do this, by the way, I think it works. So if we focus this one and drop it, then it works. Okay, so it might... Okay, because it behaves like this because, okay, so right now we're focusing the terrain. The hold action gets notified that we're now focusing terrain, but we don't update anything since we're currently processing, so we don't update our target. That's pretty much it. So when we stop processing after, so when we do finish or interrupt, we're gonna have to change our target, I think, or reset our target. Or not reset it, but maybe get it from focus would probably be the better option. Yo, what's up, Gerald? Good morning, good morning. Then we would like to do some sort of polling. But our system we have built so far isn't built for polling. So I don't really know how we should be doing this. Or actually, one sec. If we're processing something, I'm wondering if we could change the target but keep this one as is, but that might be weird. I think it's weird or messy if the target here is something else than what we're actually processing, what we're currently processing. Because it's basically, so when we drop this one, we want to fetch whatever target focus has, and that should be the new target of hold. I mean, with the way we have defined dependencies, we might as well do it like this. Action hold, we could probably add, or behaviors. Yeah, that's maybe actually a better word for, we define a set of behaviors here. But I mean, we could probably do, what's up, Seth? Good morning, good morning. I mean, we could define one of these. We could do something like this. I don't know. On base.on process change. Add listener. Base on process change, add listener. Fuck, is this a good way of doing it? It feels a little bit dirty, but maybe it isn't. So on process change, add listener. Action A. And here we just do base dot target is equal to post action handler dot get action type dot focus dot target. But this is only if we can do base dot state is equal to, or not equals to, state dot processing. We pretty much define this. We pretty much define a behavior here that if the process of action hold changes, we either go from ready to processing or from processing to finishing / interrupting. And here we make sure that if we don't, like if we go from processing, then we change our target to be the target of focus. I wonder if this works. And is this it's a pretty nice way of doing things, I think. Yo, what's up, Star Platinum? Long time no see indeed. Hope you had a good summer. Yeah, I think we actually focused the ground. It's just that we couldn't see it. So if we focus this one and drop, oh my. Really? Okay, that couldn't have worked better if I wanted it to, I think. Show info, equip pickup. Huh. So now we have start, placing, and drop, but if we drop it, we get options for this one instead. Okay, that's beautiful. I just have to say, like, instantiate dependencies, this is probably where the most is done with this new system, the new action system, and I really, really like it with this behavior dependency slash stuff. I just wish I could maybe clean it up a tiny bit. Make it a little bit, even a little bit more straightforward. So one thing, for instance, that I don't like is defining these dependencies like this and then referencing them pretty namelessly or anonymous like this here. But yeah, we can probably look into that later on. But I mean, so we had this weird behavior order, things not updating accordingly, and just adding one extra behavior solved it. No problems. Yeah, pretty nice. Star Platinum, yeah, it was low-key good, I guess. Damn, I try to stay, like, be hip and know these the new terminology, but yeah, sometimes I miss it, but I guess it's low-key. So what's new in the game? So I had a summer break when it came to, so I haven't, in June, July, and August, I didn't touch this game. So just got back at the beginning of this month, September, and started with a big task, or the big task, of updating and reworking the action system, because it just before the summer break it had started to break in the seams. So I just wanted to simplify it and optimize it a bit, and that's where we are right now. We just got done with it. So yeah, I think. So I'm gonna commit this, then I'm gonna commit this, and then we are going to fix all the prefabs so they now use the new system. And then we are gonna merge this with main, I think. Star Platinum, oh, that's why I haven't seen much streams. Yeah, exactly. I saw you made snow and some other things, so I thought this placement system was done. Like, the placement system was pretty much done, but it's the whole action system. So the state machine behind the scenes. But yeah, it's a second iteration of a lot of stuff. Yo, what's up, Chrono? My man is speedrunning being sued by Nintendo. Believe it or not, you're not the first person to mention Nintendo over on this stream. But yeah, like we usually say on this stream, come at me, Nintendo. Okay, let's commit this one. Action hold right, yes. Okay, so that's action hold. There's someone every day. Yes, indeed it is. Good morning, Harukan, and good morning. Chrono, I mean, of course, making a creature collecting game after the Palworld trials is going to be an easy joke. That's true. I think it's referred to as a low-hanging fruit. I appreciate it nonetheless. Shouldn't be able to patent game ideas, I guess. Starplanet, I guess, just tried not to make the creatures look like Pokemons. That sucks, because it was exactly what we were gonna do. They're gonna look pretty much exactly like Pokemons. Satvi, did you try the game Skate? I downloaded it yesterday and it had some issues about missions loading. Had to restart the game a couple of times to find and start a new one. But other than that, it seems really fun. I played the old Skate, and then when I saw that they now released a new Skate, if I understand it correctly, with a free-to-play model, I got a little bit like I want to try it out. I just don't have the time, or hadn't had the time yet. But I loved the previous one. I don't remember exactly which one, because there were multiple, right? The one on 360. It was a while back. What's up, Sam Smite? Have you seen how the devs manage the scenes in Tactical Breach Wizards? You can basically drag and drop just the whole game inside a scriptable object. I haven't seen it, and that sounds hella interesting. So I'm just gonna copy that link. It's over on Twitch. Let me double check that link, and I'm gonna cross post it to the YouTube chat as well. One sec. Okay, it's from Thomas Brush, so that's okay. One sec. So we're talking about this video. I'm gonna check it out. It sounds interesting, so I'm gonna try and check it out after the stream today. Appreciate it. It's always interesting to see how people have solved some cool problem, you know? Chrono, by the way, sorry I missed you. I subscribed. I appreciate it. Enjoy that sleep. And you're welcome anytime. Okay, so let's... yeah, we had a working jump as well, so I'm just going to commit this one as well. Action jump, 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 jump. Did we do something in input to action as well? Update active action. Yeah, we're gonna add that one as well. Okay, now it's unfortunately time for some boring stuff. Or, I don't know, maybe. We're gonna have to go through... I don't think we have to go through the environment here, or do we? Yeah, we do. We're gonna have to go through the prefabs and set them up according to the new system as opposed to the old one. I think it's just environment here, or terrain. Yeah, environment, and then we have collections. We have character, all of these, all of these, all of these, and all of these. Maybe not pattern watch just yet. We'll double check it. Star Platinum, I'm curious, how does the action thing work if it's different from the last system? Because the last system is kind of modular. This one is honestly even more modular. I'm going to make a video about it when it's like 100% done, but that's probably going to be way later this year or at the beginning of next. You can always go back and watch the streams, but I mean, that is mostly a drag. But if I had to summarize it real quick, we redefined it with like a dependency system. So for each action, you define, in the action implementation, you define its dependencies like this. So what things in different actions needs to be true to be able to process this action or to make this action ready. And also you define behaviors like this. So like if this happens in another action, this action should do this. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I miss your videos, bro. I appreciate it, man. Hopefully, like, I will have a new video out real soon. It's like I'm having a real hard time finding the time, you know. Time fucking sucks. Or time rules, but having little time sucks. Okay, but I guess let's just jump into this. Normal. Let's open this one up. And what do we have here? We have interactable use, terraform. Yeah, fuck this. That's how we solved it. Environment, disable angle. Yeah, we're gonna remove component. Although I wonder, environment. Okay, great. I think that one is done. Okay, let's go through them. Character 01. What? It's this one. Pretty sure it's this one. Yeah, we have a lot of errors here, so let's take a look. Playable entity. The object contains serialized references. Types which are missing. Can we reload this one? Or how would one go about fixing this? Yo, what's up, Roux? Maybe. You're not the first person today even that enters this live stream and talks about the stupid Nintendo patent. The object contains serialized reference types which are missing. How the fuck do I solve this then? Could we reset it? I'm not sure I want to do that. Okay, so if we reset it, we still have this one. But can we do... That's... okay. Discard changes. What if we do character 01? Here we don't have that problem. Right, player... Where did we have it, by the way? Playable entity. Here we don't have that problem. Can I just apply all the prefab contains an invalid script? You know what? I think we're gonna do this. Character 01 prefab. Can we just remove this one? And then we just recreate it. That clears it at least. Diggy, I'm going to make a game where a plumber has to save a princess. Damn, that sounds real original, man. Good luck. Jokes aside, jokes aside. Why stop at racing spin-off? We can make like a tennis spin-off maybe? Or I don't know, some party game? Okay, so what I want to do here on this prefab is, I think we have already this set up. So this one should be focusable and inspectable. Later on, we're going to make it carryable or whatever. Everything looks good. And then we're going to do one thing I've been looking forward to doing, actually. Playable entities correctly set up. Body definition is attribute handler, tool handler, inventory, player movement, apparel handler, and then we have action, interaction, focus. Remove, 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 and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. Fuck, I don't remember, or I remember, but I don't know if we... Okay, we're gonna keep action handler as a separate component right now. Like this, I think. Or before we start doing all of this, would it be nice if action handler was actually in here, much like interactable list? So we just have an action list here. So like, what's the main reason that action handler should be mono behavior? We're gonna call a function update every frame, but that's pretty much it. Is it still piracy if you just build the game from the ground up yourself? That sounds like a modern version of this boat. What is it called? You know, if you change a plank if you change all the planks of a boat, when does it become a new boat or whatever? I don't know how it is. Yeah, game content shouldn't be patentable. I definitely agree. Okay, I'm wondering about doing one last thing here. I'm wondering if we should just make this action handler non-mono behavior and have it in animate entity. So Rogue's ship of Theseus. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I'm starting to think that we might keep this. Okay, I'm gonna wait with this one. Let's have it as a own component now. It's not that bad. But then again, it would be very cool if it was in playable entity, wouldn't it not? Hmm. I'm gonna add that as a maybe to do. Let's see here. Make action handler non-mono behavior. Okay, so this one is done. We don't have any of the old actions here. No, we don't. So character is done. Character hair, I don't think. No. Okay. Okay, this one is probably gonna take some time. Do we have dynamic entity? Dynamic entity interactable list. Focusable. Inspectable. And equipable. I think we're gonna leave it as this for now for all apparel. We're just gonna have focusable, inspectable, equipable. Later on we can have holdable as well. And placeable then. But we're not going to do that now. So focusable, inspectable, equipable. Now when I think about it, we should be able to do this. Let's see. Let's try it. Socks and sandals. If we select both and then we add. Yeah, okay, it only does it on one of them. Unfortunate. And equipable. I'm still a little bit angry over the fact that we can't do it for, since we're doing the same thing for a lot of prefabs, should be able to do it multiple at the same time. I think it's extremely weird that we cannot. Yo, what's up, Six Star? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday so far, and welcome back. That V doing documentation for work about the setup process of a system for testing. So much boring. Yeah, it doesn't sound like the most fun thing in the world, but has to be done, I guess. Pretty much the same as what I'm doing here. Boring as hell, repetitive, but it has to be done. Focusable, inspectable, equipable. Oh, fuck, I want to do it for all of them at the same time. Says Star learned basic C++ starting DSA from tomorrow. What is DSA? Or what do you mean by DSA? Oh, come on. Am I gonna have to do it for all of these? Probably. Can we do focusable? Okay, no, not much left. DSA, data structures and algorithm. Okay, I've never heard that shorting or what abbreviation before. But okay. Makes sense. Good luck. And Diggy one eternity later. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's pretty meditative, though, for me. I'm just happy that we don't have any specific setup just yet. We're gonna get it later on, though. Focusable might have a focus point. Inspectable might have something. I don't know. We'll get to it eventually. Equipable is definitely gonna have some, I think. Okay. 3 more. Okay, so that's it for Perel. And now let's see consumables. Consumable leaf. This one doesn't have anything. Consumable plum, pear, leek, cherry, apple. Focusable, inspectable, holdable, placeable, consumable. Beautiful. And for this one, we want to remove interactable pickup as well. Game object spawner, interactable consume we want to remove as well. Okay, beautiful. We have cherry. Interactable consume, remove. Interactable pickup, remove. I don't know if we have... Actually, let's do it like this. I don't know if we have a... Or do we have an anchor point? Okay. So let's see. Focusable, inspectable, holdable, placeable, and consumable. For consumable, we're just gonna leave it empty for now. So that's cherry and apple. Then we have leek. I think this one is... Oh, is this one actually it? Is this one... Oh, fuck, it should be a prefab depending on this one. Okay, that's unfortunate. Oh, well, holdable anchor point. Focusable, inspectable, holdable, placeable, consumable. We'll fix this setup later on. This one doesn't actually have any anchor points, but right now, so we're just gonna leave it as is. Inspectable, holdable. I wonder what happens if we leave it empty. Oh, we can do it like this. Okay, so that's it for consumables. Did we remove, or did I remove? Yeah, we did. And we have furniture, bed, simple, attribute, interactable pickup, remove. For now, we're just going to make focusable and inspectable. Focusable, inspectable. Interactable pickup, remove. We actually have an anchor point for this one. Okay. And this one should be fixed as well. Yes, it is. Okay, beautiful. One eternity later. Ah, fuck, we have tools as well. Okay. I think this one, however, yeah, this one is just temp. We haven't fixed this one, nor this one, I don't think. But shovels, let's see here. Shovel normal and shovel big. But I'm pretty sure these two are the last ones. Dynamic entity pickup. Okay, so let's open this one up. Focusable, inspectable, and holdable. Placeable. And I think that's about it. Holdable and placeable. We're gonna leave these as 0, 0, 0 for now. But the anchor point I want to set. Okay. And then we have the big shovel as well. Interactable pickup. This one is called carry point. Okay. Diggy, if you all needed money and the only options were to sell Tesla stock or crypto right now, or a truck that you wanted to fix up but don't need, what might you do? Good question. Depends on what crypto, I guess. And honestly, the Tesla stock is just an enigma for me. I have no idea how it could be evaluated that much. I would have sold it years ago, honestly. But apparently that's the wrong outlook to have, because it's still valued extremely high. And the whole truck fixing up things, that actually sounds like a hobby. like something fun to do? Hard question. Samsung Musk keeps buying back the stocks, which inflates the value. Yeah, but I mean, like prior to him buying back stock, it was. I still think it's so extremely overvalued. It's insane. But he knows what he's doing. Okay, everything should be fixed. I'm a little bit worried that we... Let's see, so everything is updated accordingly in the scene. And let's see how it looks. Is it revert all we want to do? Yes. Oh yeah, this one we just want to apply. Okay. Sounds might, yeah, I think it's more valuable than all the other car brands combined. Yeah, I read something like that as well. SatV, you should put a chat in the stream screen so last messages from both Twitch and YouTube chat are visible, even a little one in the corner. Fuck yeah, I would love to. I would love to. But... One sec. I would love to. Believe me, believe me, believe me. But we have... Can I use a third-party tools that combine activity from other platforms or services such as a chat if I'm just using them for my personal is okay. But if you have them on screen... Fuck, I know that we have looked at this. It's against the terms and services of Twitch. Oh yeah, okay, so here we have it. So I can't show... This is such a dumb rule, honestly. I know that others have been doing it. I know that some people have gotten warnings for it. I would love to have both Twitch chat and YouTube chat on screen. I mean, this is such a fucked up rule, honestly, because it goes against... Like degrading the experience on Twitch, not having the YouTube chat on the stream, not having it degrades the experience for people watching on Twitch, right? Just like not having the Twitch chat on screen on YouTube degrades the experience for people on YouTube. Like if you multicast, I want to show both chats on screen. Like this would improve the stream so much, but unfortunately I can't do it yet. I pretty much have an add-on I made myself because I didn't want to use third-party stuff that presents the chat from Twitch and YouTube or renders it in an HTML, which I can use in my live stream. But I haven't had the balls to use it just yet because I don't want to get banned or get a warning or something on Twitch. So yeah, I know. It sucks. Diggy, my hobby is definitely fixing or building stuff, whether it's vehicles, a house, or code. Like, hobbies are priority one for me, pretty much. That's why I wouldn't tell you to sell the car, because that's why we live, right? To do fun stuff. So if you have the option to do something else to get the money you need, as opposed to destroying your hobby, I would go for those, but I don't know. But if you haven't had the time to fix it or don't have the time for the hobby, then maybe that's the answer. One sec, be right back. But yes, I'm Sat V. I just have to say as well, I like putting a chat. It's a great point, and I appreciate it. But I'm looking in, like, I'm waiting for Twitch to alter this rule so we can hopefully eventually put a chat on screen. But okay, so now I think all the prefabs are fixed. So we should be able to focus this one, this one, this one, this one. Yeah, we can focus pretty much everything now. That's not really how we want to hold it. So that we might have to fix, pick up. This one looks pretty good though. A little bit worried about... Oh, one sec. I think we have... Placing it doesn't work for some reason. Pick up. This anchor point is wrong. I think that's the only thing that is wrong with this one. It should be rotated something like this. And although I wonder why we are getting it. Oh, I know. I think I know. Character, action handler, hold definitions. Am I missing something here? I am. Let's see here. Action pickup, action interaction pickup, body definition. I will use body definition, get anchor points. And we have grip point right. Okay, tools, big, carry point. Isn't this one correct? Something is wrong here. Diggy, that is true as well. I have 2 sports bikes that I need to work on too. Okay, maybe one of one of those or the car then, maybe. I've been tired and unmotivated for like 2 years, but I think I finally figured out why. Now I'm intrigued. Now I want to know. Sat, by the way, you can call me Sat, sounds better. Okay, from now on I will. Okay, so this carry point is correct. I'm pretty sure. But for some reason we don't carry it the correct way. That's weird. And this one, I'm annoyed by this one, but whatever. It's like... It's almost like we don't do all of this for some reason. Align by anchor point. Interactable. Whoa, 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 whoa. Interactable pickup. That's wrong. Here we go. We do align by anchor point here. Okay. Like we do a lot of things here as well. Interactable pickup transform set parent aligned by anchor point. Body anchor points 0. It's almost like we're not doing this one, right? Oh, 1 sec. We send in 0 here. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning, good morning. Align by anchor point 0. 0 is bigger than anchor points. This one is 1. Okay. This one is 0. Here we have 0. So this is not true, so we do this. Yeah, depends who you ask, PG King, I guess. Some would probably say that it's still morning. It's morning somewhere at least. Okay, why, oh why did I screw up this one? Or how did I screw up this one? Align by anchor point. I'm pretty sure we do the exact same thing here, don't we? Anchor points up. We just do base.host.transform instead. Looks to be the same. Local position. Parent anchor point transform, inverse transform direction. Digatic medicine for schizophrenia. Is that how you pronounce it? Maybe. Which works on dopamine receptors, and I have quite a few bad habits. So I think I just need to make some changes. Low dopamine symptoms match how I feel. Low dopamine symptoms fucking sucks, man. Relatable. Hope you get it under control. I thought I didn't change this implementation here. But something is definitely screwed up. Now when I think about it, I think we get... Yeah, we changed the position. It's just the rotation that is off. Isn't that so? Point, carry. I think the carry point is... we have grip point here. They are actually located correctly. I wonder if I have screwed up... I wonder if I screwed up... This one, 90... Okay. I wonder if I screwed up this one. 90 minus 90. Oh, really? One sec. Okay, that's better. We still need some minor rotation. I wonder which... We should rotate it a tiny bit like this, right? Something. Or actually, is it... Did I manage to screw this up? $25. What am I missing? 30 here. It's not that important. It's just a little bit annoying that for some reason it is changed. Fuck it, let's keep it like this for now. Or... Like, I wonder when did I alter something that affected this one? So we definitely need 100 here, but then we need to bring it down as well, right? Oh, fuck it. 100, 100. Fuck it. We're gonna leave it like this for now. Let me just write it as a note. But what I find more interesting that doesn't work is if we pick this one up and try to place it, it no longer works for some reason. Yeah, concerning the shovel, it's just that it clips through the back of the head a little bit and it doesn't rest on the shovel. But I mean, it's not that bad. That we're not able to place this one, however, that's way worse. And I think it has to do with... I might have screwed up Diggy, maybe the change you made at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, this one, but I don't see... how it could be this one. Or actually, I do. That's spot on. When we change the target here, we change this target. When we change this target, like when we reset the target here, we do it in place as well. I just find it weird that, so this one, it doesn't really finish. So this one starts processing. When this one starts processing, this one interrupts, right? So we do base set state interrupting here. But then this one should be processing. Oh, okay. So we pretty much just want to do a this is weird. Action place. I don't think we're going to interrupt if hold changes here. I'm pretty sure this is what we want to do. So our hold action starts processing because we're trying to, or our place action starts processing because we're gonna place something. When that one starts placing, hold gets notified, and hold stops processing since we're placing whatever we were holding. But when that one stops processing, we change the target, and if we change the target, place target changes. I think this is it. Yes. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. But I'm happy, like, yeah, we're gonna have to fix some of these setups, and we might run into a runtime issue where some of these dependencies are wrong, just like this. But it's a nice feeling that we don't need to, we just need to change the dependency slash behavior definitions and no other logic code in action, for instance. So that's good at least. Hey, what's up, Duff? Hello, Robin. I like your devlogs. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay, but that should probably be it this time around. Pick up, place. Okay, I know why this is happening. And it has to do with we didn't properly set up the placeable default position offsets and the default Euler angles for this object. So when we try and place it, we try and place it halfway through this object. Fuck, is that something I want to fix now? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Let's see if we can do... Open this one. Yo, what's up, Wormius? Default position. I think the default position offset, do we actually use this one? Placeable. No, we don't use it just yet. Do we use default? We might be using it, but not here. Here we do actually rotation. Okay. Position, place, point, position. Position delta. Fuck, we didn't use position delta here either, did we? Or actually, one sec. We're gonna leave this placement as is. I think it's easier to fix it when we have the visual feedback working again before we double check it. Yeah, but we can see that it's something like that. The object being halfway through where we're trying to place it. Okay, so we're gonna leave this as is, and Wormus, I don't know if you're joking or not. It says you're making a creature collecting game, but I haven't seen a creature. Maybe I just missed it. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. For now, I'm gonna have to ask you to just imagine a creature. But okay, I think we have everything in place. Yeah, it's a little bit janky. It's non-polished. We have some minor things, but I think it's ready for merging because the state of the action system right now is equivalent to the action system previous to the rework. So let's merge this. Or did I have anything else? No, we just fixed all of these. Okay. Or once, yeah, okay. Before we merge it, we're gonna remove all of these, and then we're gonna merge if we don't have any errors or warnings. Wormius describe the creature. Okay. Imagine a stone where someone has drawn 2 eyes and or someone has drawn a face. So imagine a stone and someone has drawn a face on it. Hopefully that will make it a little bit easier to imagine. Probably not too far off what the first creature will look like, by the way. Okay, so let's remove all of this. Did I have something? Let's remove all of this. I think. Yes. Action old. Action invoker. Yeah. We're just gonna leave that one like this for now. Wormius, so my last joke question is, why are you working on things other than the core of the game you want to make? How do you know this is not the core of the game I want to make? Temporary. Beautiful. You have something left hanging around. Nope. Wormus, what I see is you are making a character that walks and interacts with objects in the world. I would think that the most important functionality of a creature collecting game is collecting creatures. But like, in this game, you're not running out in the world and collecting creatures by catching them. You are managing a plot of land and trying to make it habitable for creatures so that they would want to come and visit you and move in. And to be able to manage your plot of land, you need to be able to do a lot of these actions we're currently doing, right? Terraforming and shit like that. And when you have creatures in your plot of land living and having fun, you want those creatures to actually have some sort of behavior. And you want those creatures to actually do something, just not being static. So they need to be able to pick things up, consume stuff, etc. So like this action system, I would argue that it is core to the game. Does this make any sense to you? I would think the most important functionality of a creature collecting game is collecting creatures, but like it's... Then you have to define how are you collecting the creatures. And PG King, I feel the basic of any game where you control the player is the player. That's true as well. But like... I try to convey my... Wormus, yeah, what you mean by collecting is something else than what I had in mind. I thought it's like Pokemon. Yeah, okay. Then I buy your questioning. But like... the closest game to what I'm trying to make is Viva Pinata. And it's quite different from Pokemon, you know. But it's a good question. I mean, it's not the first time someone points out that I might be working on stuff that isn't relevant to the core gameplay, but I would argue it is core part of the core gameplay. Like, I mean, half the gameplay will be a simulation, basically. I think in my first video on my YouTube, I described this game as a creature collecting and management game. I guess management is where I want to emphasize management. Did you just got back in time for this explanation? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. So like when I quote unquote waste time on like terraforming and stuff like that, it's because how your garden looks controls what kind of creatures you attract. And when I'm wasting time on an action system which allows the player to do a lot of things, like sleeping and whatnot, it's because the creatures are going to use this action system as well when we simulate their brain, you know. Wormus, it sounds much more like an automation game. It's really, you don't want to automate stuff at all. It's more like you read about a creature, or you see, you spot a creature outside of your garden. Maybe it's you spot a creature outside of your garden and you get intrigued. Oh, that's a nice looking creature. How can I attract that creature? And in game, maybe you look it up in the library or something. I haven't really drawn, like planned around that. But let's see here, I'm losing track. You see a creature, you want to attract that creature because you want that creature to move into your garden and live in your garden, right? So then you have to figure out, okay, what kind of creature is this? What does it like? Oh, this creature likes flower X. Oh, then I need to buy some flower X seeds and plant some flower X. And then when you have done that, you notice that the creature is much more intrigued, so it starts visiting your garden a bit more, enters your garden. But it's not really enough to make it move into your garden, because you can see that this creature doesn't like creature Y, and you actually have 4 creature Y living in your garden. So if you want creature X instead, you need to get rid of creature Y, and so on and so on. So it's like, it's much more of that type of game, if you know what I mean. So it's not really that you automate something. It's not that you farm the first day you farm 1 apple, then you automate it, so finally you farm 1,000 apples. It's not that kind of game. It's not about maximizing what you produce. It's more like finding and maybe breeding creatures. Each creature has stats like agility. Maybe you want to breed your creatures and take care of them in such a way that you get a super creature with the most agility. I don't know. So more like an ecosystem manager, yes. I hope what I'm saying here makes sense and I'm not just rambling, you know? Duff, do you work on this game full time? Around a little bit more than half, or half time, part time, 50%. And what are your bone 0015 singletons for? Yeah, this is these are just temporary, and they really just make sense when we're not in play mode. We only have 2 singletons right now. The bone singletons are like when we start playing, we add a lot of random stuff at the bottom here, and that's why they get added below singletons. The bones here are actually, I think they are related to, I played around with this one. So just making this a little bit more lively. But yeah, and one more thing, I'm really tired of these errors here. I want to look into fixing these before we continue, and they are related to null conditionals. Unfortunately, oops. So here. And I think I'm just gonna fix them by just doing Sat, I understand the vision. I imagine like a stray cat that comes to your house, you give him food, and it auto-adopts himself at some point if it wants, right? Yeah, that's pretty much exactly exactly it. So like, it's my vision of a Rare did a game very similar to this, which is my biggest inspiration, called Viva Pinata. It's pretty old these days, but I want to take that idea and I want to like implement it but changed to my vision. So I can't take credit for the original idea. I don't even know if Rare was first with it. It's very similar to Tamagotchi, but you also attract them, you know. But it's just an extremely cozy game all around. Diggy Stray Cat game would be dope. And we can probably take what we have here and just do it, but we only have one stray cat instead. Okay, now we don't have these errors anymore, I don't think. Okay, so that's good. Okay, let's just commit the last changes we have made then, and then we can merge this branch, and then we're done, I reckon. Okay, let's see. Okay. And pretty much what we did in this last is we alter all prefabs, or all entity prefabs, to use the new action system. And this one resolves 168. And now we're gonna see if we can make a let's see here, I need to... Okay. As that, by the way, yesterday I went to the hospital because of some checkups. I'm recovering from a broken leg and have a massive circular fixture. Damn, hope everything went well. And one of the doctors told me that he was a beta tester some time ago, played Halo, Unreal Tournament, and Quake. Damn, that's old school. I fucking love it when you either meet other gamers in the wild, but more specifically other game dev related people. I once had a doctor who said that he also developed games on his free time. It's extremely nice. Okay, I think we're gonna do this. we are going to close this one down because we're going to merge. And I want to avoid getting some errors mid-merge. And we're going to save this one and close it down. And what we're going to do is that I'm going to run be right back because I'm going to make myself a new cup of coffee. And while that one is brewing, I will hopefully manage to merge this new action system branch. Fuck, do we have some? Yeah, that's pretty much done. I think every to-do is done here. So yeah, I will merge it while my coffee is brewing. So be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Took a little bit longer. Let's see if I got this merge and stuff working. Yeah, let's see if we can open up this project again without any errors. Thank you, PG King. Thank you, thank you. We have some errors. That's not good. Okay. This doesn't look too good. One sec. It doesn't look good at all. Okay, let's see this time around what we have then. It should probably be okay now, I hope. Still an error. Let's fix the compile errors first. Oh yeah, I didn't commit this one. That's the compile error. Hopefully everything will work out fine, just fine here. Render is missing render feature. How the hell did this happen? Okay, now we're probably back. Okay, there we have it. Right, hold, inspect. That should be it. Okay, always a little bit nervous. Nice. So now we have we succeeded in this task, I would say. I just need to let's mark this one as complete. This one. And this one. This one is done. This is what we're gonna do next. So probably want to add a note here eventually to a new issue we're about to create. Let's see. Beautiful. So, we now have the same functionality we had previously. Oops. But like with a better system behind the scenes, more modular, less issues, and so on and so on. But we're missing the visual feedback. So when we start placing here, we just place it. We don't have any visual feedback, and the same goes with when we're terraforming. So that's one issue among others we're gonna create and then move on to. So first of all, we're just gonna, so during the period here where we fix the new action system, I also noticed a lot of things I want to improve upon and fix. So I can do that off stream. We're going to create an issue concerning what do I want to refer to it as? It's pretty much going to be a layer between entity and a layer between input handler and a entity's action. PG King, I finally finished writing down the sheet I'm using in Sibelius. What is Sibelius? Oh, cool. So a score writer program. Nice. How's the dev going? It's going pretty good. Like, We just got the merge working, so now now we're working on main again and just planned out what we're gonna do next. Duff, can you explain the architecture of your entity and action system? I've made a lot of similar system and would love to know how you approve it. I mean, or do you mean approach it? I would love to, but I don't really have the time to go into too much detail now. I think I can try and be short. But apart from that, you can check my previous streams about it. And I'm also, in the future, I'm going to produce a video about it where I go into more detail about the whole system. But like everything in my game world, in this game, is gonna be an entity. So we have entity, we have dynamic entity, we have animate entity, and we have playable entity. And how much each of these can do like increases the further down you go. So entity is just for our static stuff, so stones maybe, the ground, and so on. Dynamic is for anything that has a rigid body that is not kinematic. Animate entity, or anything that can be affected by physics, basically, or moved by physics. Then we have animate entity. Apart from everything else in these two, these can also move themselves with physics. And then we have playable entity, which has everything that these three has, but it's also controlled by the player. I just think this is a nice way of like structuring or grouping the different objects in our game world. And then recently we reworked the action system. And it's pretty much a state machine. In two parts. We have this part, which is interactable. So this describes how an entity can be interacted with. So every entity, even static entities, will have 0 or more of these, depending on how you can interact with it. Maybe inspect it, focus it, and so on and so on. And the other side of the action system is the actions themselves. So animate entities and playable entities can do actions. And when I say that it's like a state machine, it's a state machine where multiple states can be active at once. But these different actions talk to each other for any given entity. So every animate entity or playable entity has an action handler, which is the equivalent of an animator, I guess, when it comes to state machines. It controls what the entity can do and what it's currently doing. Anything else I want to say in the quick summary here? But then we have built a few entry and exit points for all of these actions so they can talk to each other. For instance, some actions listen to other actions if they are processing or not, or if their target changes or not. Yeah. It's not set in stone. I'm pretty sure we're gonna extend it and maybe improve it again in the future. But yeah, that's like the short of it. I would love to go more into depth about it and eventually make a devlog about it. What's up, Quincy? Hell yeah, we're back at it. That was a great summary, thank you. I appreciate it. I did my best. But when it comes to both the action system we have in place right now and the entity system we have in place, I haven't done any work on them off stream. So if one have the time, or if one has the time to waste, there's like 25 hours of stream or something like that concerning the action system on my YouTube. But yeah. Okay, so what I want to do now is maybe we can create the issue and then I can do some nice figures like this. So let's create a new issue. What do I want to call it? So this is going to be a layer between... I think I want to call it... so let me just... When we... Let's take the example of the placement. So when we start placing here, with the previous system we had some visual feedback. That is what I want to implement now again, but in a better way. Or we want to add it as a second layer. So when we start placing this chair, since it's a playable entity that's that places the chair, we need to communicate to the player the controls of the placement and where we're currently placing it. So what I want to happen here when we start placing this one, I want some additional controls to appear because we want the player to be able to rotate the object. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We want the player to be able to rotate the object. And then I also want to visualize where we're currently, if the player places the object, where it will end up and how it will look. And this is just something that will happen only when a playable entity executes this action. So it's some sort of layer we want to add in playable entity here. And when we start processing a placement action, we also need to start listening on some additional inputs, right? And disable some other ones. My initial thought is to have inputs and create something called like playable action or something like that. Or how do I want to structure this? Uh, um, it's almost like I want to call it like playable action wrapper, but I don't think we want to wrap something, or do we? And then we have the current implementation with input to actions. This might not be the best one either. Like, I'm starting to think, do we want to replace this one? Control schemes. Oh yeah, maybe. Like control schemes or something like that. Like, I wonder if I should, maybe we can implement something temporary, because right now the scope for this one is becoming a little bit, or becoming bigger and bigger. So it's pretty much like this. So you have one control scheme when by default, so the default playable entity control scheme. So we can run around with WASD currently. We can do some actions depending on context, like jump or show info, pick up, and so on. But so then when we pick something up, and we start doing something else, like we start placing this one, then we want to swap out the control scheme, because then we're doing something else. I don't know if placement is the best action to have as an example here, but maybe terraform or fishing maybe. So when we start fishing, WASD might not move us around anymore. Instead, it might move the fishing rod or something like that. They are extremely situational. It's almost like I want to create a action, and maybe we can start with this. It's like I want to create a action place visualizer, and then an action terraform visualizer. But that's like one part of what we want to do. Visualizer implies that we just visualize stuff, we don't control stuff. So maybe we can start with that. Mm. Ah. Action visualizers or action, playable action. But if we do it as playable action, it almost feels like it should be a subclass of the action itself, with some additional functionality. Maybe that's not such a bad idea, actually. So we're gonna have playable input definition, input handler, input to action. It's this one I want to replace. Playable controls, playable entity controls. We're gonna name it that to begin with. So let me just create this issue real quick. Create playable entity controls, or playable entity controller, playable entity controls, playable entity setup controls. Let's start with controls, maybe rename it eventually. Okay. There we have it. So hopefully I can describe within this one what I'm getting at. Create playable entity controls. It's a bad word, bad title or class name, but let's see here. Let's add some mermaid stuff here. One sec. Actually, let's do it like this. Okay, I want to make some simple stuff here. Okay, I guess it's a flow chart, but I want to go in two directions. Left, right. I just want to try and visualize what I'm thinking here, and I want to have an example of I want to compare it to how the creatures will handle it. So okay, let's do it extremely simple here. So if the actually, let's start even simpler. So for a creature that is okay, so for an entity, for an animate entity, the decision making would look something like this. The AI brain, or the needs of the creature, or the AI brain checks the needs of the creature and derives what action the animate entity needs to do, and does that action. But for a playable entity, we don't have an AI brain, we have a player instead. I don't know, maybe that's an AI brain, but that's a whole other debate. But we have a player that the player has a certain set of options given the state of the current game. He or she then does an action. That action prompts feedback back to the player, which then does another action or something. Fuck. How can I explain this in simple terms? For an animate entity, it's animate entity prompt action A. Action A. A. Done. Ish. Playable entity. Show action options. Player chooses option. Process action. Okay, show action options. Player executes action A, or let's call it B. Process action B. Show player visual feedback of action B. Or okay, let's leave this for a while. It's maybe it's easier to start with some like a specific action. So actions.place. Player instantiates actions.place. So then actions.place starts processing. The control scheme changes to the place scheme. Right, because now we have some additional buttons to show to the player. Or we can do it like this. Player instantiates actions place on actions place start. What we want to do then is change the control scheme. Show the new control prompt on screen. Process the player, the actions.place specific player input. Visualize the current state of the actions place. Okay, this is not very specific, but that's good. In fact, that's pretty much it. Compared to so these are the additional things we want to do during an action's lifetime, compared to maybe that's what I should have done. One sec, we're gonna bring up the action. Here we go. So if this is the current life, or if this is the life cycle of an action, or if this is the state cycle of an action by default, or for all actions, what we want to do is we want to add an extra step in between initializing and processing. First of all, that's where we want to change the control scheme and show them to the player on screen. And then during each frame iteration, or for each frame while it's processing, we want to update and show feedback to the player. Hell yeah, so that's what we want to do. I want to inject playable entity controls. We want to inject functionality to these, basically. So when we're initializing, playable entity should change. Yo, what's up, Brooks? Once again, the stream is still going indeed. Good luck with the work on your game. Okay, I wonder if I just want to do playable entity. I have so many thoughts running around concerning how I should define or implement this. It's a bit frustrating. But maybe I'm overthinking it at this point. Like, I really just want to I want to start with just a visualizer, I think. So we create some visualizers that listens to certain actions and visualizes them if they are processing. But maybe that's a nice way to do it. I want to try this. So if we create, this is a playable entity. And okay, I'm thinking about just implementing I just want to see where it goes. Yeah, because right now I'm having a hard time like pinpointing exactly what it is or how I want this visualizer control scheme changer to look and work. So I'm wondering if we should just do a place, like if we could just create a temporary visualizer around place. Visualizers, and then we create an action place visualizer, and it's just an extra class or instance listening on place on process. Okay, maybe this will probably go quite quick, so let's try it. I'm thinking something like this. Action folder visualizers. Action place visualizer. Probably want to have a base class visualizer. Maybe we'll see. Oops. And we want this one to listen on. I'm just going to bring up the old. I want to see if I can find. Okay, so place visualizer. Public. Oops. So we want to visualize this one. And private void instantiate visualization. I wonder, do we even need place visualizer? I wonder if we can make this one. We can probably make this one generic, I suppose. What's up, Alice? So now I'm even thinking about doing, let's just do, a generic action like this. Instantiate visualization, private void, update visualization. Stop visualization. But if we work, and then when we do this place visualizer, then we just do a dot on process change. Yeah, we're just testing things out. This doesn't look too good, but, and then we do in update here, update visualization here, we probably want to do on process change dot add listener. Update visualization is always a oh yeah. And in this case, if this was a play, since it's a place visualizer, what we do is we want to instantiate place dummy Does this make any sense? So in the previous implementation, PG King, it always impresses me how you can start working on a clean architecture from an idea you have. I just start randomly coding stuff and then end up in spaghetti code hell. That's pretty much what I'm doing right now. I'm trying things out, rather. Like, I mean, sometimes it works, or sometimes I do things in a structured and nice way, but sometimes I also end up in spaghetti code hell. There's a reason we just finished our second iteration of the action system. But so I'm thinking, I appreciate it. So I'm wondering if we want to define visualizers like this. And we can make it pretty generic, but I don't know if, like, what would be the purpose of making them generic? I don't think so. Our place visualizer, what we want to do here is we want to create a dummy object that looks exactly like the object we're going to place, but we render it with a different shader, basically. And we always place it wherever the player has his or her mouse pointer. This type of visualization, is that something we would like for anything else, for any other action? I don't think so. Maybe... Okay, let's try this one, just see how it works in game. So in this one, I want to have a method like this as well. So what I'm doing now is I'm just taking a method we had in our previous place visualization. Placement layer 8. So what we do here is copy string. We create a new object, game object original. We create a copy of it. We pretty much take an object, create a copy of it, but only with the mesh renderer and mesh filter components. It's a dummy object. Probably, yeah, depending on what object we're placing, this might be extremely unoptimized. But that's what we're doing this time around. And so let's see here. Render object with highlights only. Highlight only game object. But don't we... Did I rename this one? Render queue range extension. Game extensions. Highlight render queue. Something like that. And then okay, so this one we might actually need. We can wait 1 second, or can we? Now it's gonna have to be extremely specific for the action we're trying to visualize. Latest place transform. Because we're gonna need to fetch this one. The idea is that we don't set the finished state from within itself. Instead, it's the player, or in this case, the player or the quote-unquote AI brain that is going to do it. But So we're going to pick something up and then we're going to do start placing. And yeah, then it's a process. And then when we find a point where we want to place it, then we click place. Okay. It looks like this because while placing is processing, we no longer hold it. Does it actually has physics? No, okay, we just have it like this still. Okay, that's okay. But we start placing it and now we're gonna update the visuals of it until we actually place it somewhere. Makes me wonder if we want to change start placing place. I think we want to change the whole dependency on process change or get action place. Dependencies 2. We don't want to stop. We don't want to interrupt this one if we're placing this one. We want to keep holding it until place updates. So pretty much I wonder if it's the same with I wonder if it's the same with consume eventually. We'll look into it when we start polishing that one. Oh, what's up, Diggy? Welcome back. Hope you had a wonderful rest. So start placing. Ah, we still have this issue, okay. Actually, we're still holding it. Ooh. Hold. Yeah, we're still processing. Okay, beautiful. It's just that we changed the position of it. That's okay. Huh. Okay, beautiful. I wonder why, though. Target placeable, calculate place, transform. Oh, yeah, because we do this. Ah, yes. Set position, original position. Start interaction, reset transform. There we have it. We don't want to reset transform, do we? Start interaction, yeah, this one. Initialize. Okay, so now we're in the placing phase, but we're still holding it. Beautiful. And then when we place it, we're back. Okay, so this is more similar to a process, right? And this is where we're gonna visualize it. And right now the visualization is like an additional class that listens on change on placement. It's not too bad. What happens if we drop here? We can still place it, okay. But that's just a missing dependency, which we can add eventually. Start placing. But then again, when we start visualizing the placement of it, we want these buttons to appear on the placement dummy. Nah, maybe not actually. We're gonna fix this as well. Decisions. Yo, what's up, Love? How's it going today? It's going... I think we had a good first half. The second half now has been a little bit... It's a lot of planning and undecisiveness from me. That pretty much summarizes it today. How about you? How's this Wednesday so far? Yeah, being undecisive might be good sometimes. for avoiding committing to the wrong solution too early, right? But yeah, that's what I tell myself at least. I'm good, thanks. Nice to hear, nice to hear. PG King, I tell myself that too. Nice to hear. I'm not alone. Now when I think about it, action handler. Is this where we should we just let the animate entity utilize action handler and the playable entity utilizes like playable action handler? Is this where we should inject the visual feedback? Does that make any sense? What are the decisions about? So earlier today we finished with the action system improvement iteration we have done. So this one is done. And one part of redesigning this one was to remove player related code from within the actions. And the idea was instead to create another layer that handles visualizing stuff to the player. So for instance, in our previous system, when the playable entity started the terraforming process, we visualized a grid that the player could change size of and stuff like that, depending on how he or she wanted to terraform it. And all of that was handled from within the terraform action. But it's pretty much only for the playable entity that we want to visualize this grid, which means that all of the other entities that also contains, or that also has the possibility to terraform stuff, they have a lot of, or their components contains a lot of code and checks and stuff like that that is not needed. We wanted to separate them with this new action system implementation, which we have successfully done. Now we just need to re-implement the visualization. And I haven't really decided where I want to handle it. Hope that makes a little bit of sense. Instead of letting the action handle the visualization to the player, we want to implement an additional layer that does it. So the idea was, or the first idea was, to have something like this. So for actions that needs additional feedback to the player, I don't think all action will need it. Or maybe they do. Depend on what you like, what we define this visualization as. If we don't, so consume, for instance, the only visualization we need for consume is a button that says, if you press this button, you will consume this. And it's the same for equip. If you press this button, you will equip this. That's the only visualization. That's the visualization needed for most of these actions. Or focus, ooh, that is true. So, okay, this is a great example, and this might actually help me quite a lot. So, the visualization for focus for unplayable entity, that would be to highlight the entity we're focusing, right? Like this. So the playable entity is focusing this one, and that's why we're highlighting it and showing these options. So this is not something we want to do for every entity that focuses something. We don't want to highlight, when we have a creature walking around here focusing stuff, we don't want to highlight whatever that creature is focusing. This is for the player only. So this is currently solved by, within playable entity, just, let's see here, listening on that action. So focus action on process change, highlight whatever is being focused. It's pretty much something like this we want to develop for the other actions as well. So we want to add some specific functionality for terraform action and for placement action, just some kind of wrapper classes or something like that, that like reads information from the action they are visualizing and then visualizes them. And if we could implement this in such a way that we can also get input to action, if we could implement this in a way that also includes input to action, so showing the buttons, like press Q to do action X, then that would be amazing. Hmm. So, it's pretty much, where do we have it? Playable entity, playable entity. Here we go. I'm just trying to find a short and concise, like a short way to say exactly what we are trying to implement now. And I would say fuck it, it's as simple as this really. We want to implement a way to visualize the underlying action state machine to the player. That is pretty much it. Actually, that's the visualization part of what we're trying to do. Then we have the other part where we want to alter controls based on the actions we have. Okay, I think we're gonna go about it like this. So I'm gonna have to run in a couple of minutes. So I think we're gonna stop here. I need to think about this task. And unfortunately, I won't be able to stream tomorrow, so I will be back on Friday. But good news, that gives me plenty of time to think about how I want to approach this this system. So depending on if I can figure it out tomorrow, like if I manage to come up with a war plan, then this is what we're gonna do on Friday. If not, I have a whole other list of tasks we can do. It feels like I really want to get this one. I want to be sure about this one before we start implementing it. Fidget King, appreciate it. Friday it is indeed. I love appreciate it as well. See you on Friday. And thank you, appreciate it. I will do my best. But yeah, I don't want to start with this task if I don't have a clear picture in mind, right? You too, Diggy. So yeah, with that said, hopefully we'll see you on Friday, and thank you so much for watching today. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.